Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Wherever you are, whenever you're listening, I do hope it's a good one. Welcome to Morning Brew. Well, today for me, it is Saturday, November 20th. Just a few days until, well, here in the States, have a holiday called Thanksgiving. And I am having a special live stream on Thanksgiving. And I would ask that you all participate. The best way you can participate is by, on that day in particular, saying things that you're thankful for. Now, I don't usually have streams with focused topic. And I do that for a reason, because I do kind of want it to be a more free-flowing, free thought type of process. But Thursday, I would like to be more focused. And I understand that people are, they're still upset about things. And there's things going on in the world that people are upset about. Some people like the verdict yesterday. Some people are thrilled about it. Some people are upset about it. The problem is people aren't coming together. And that's what we need to do. Yes, we're going to disagree on things. That's a given. But I was listening to a song yesterday. I remembered something reminded me of it. And it was from Lion Guard. It's a show my great nephew liked. And it was called Sisi Nisawa, which is Swahili. Now, if you Google search it, it will say we're the same. And in the song, it goes, Sisi Nisawa, we are the same. But we're not the same. And if you look under the translations for it, it's not exactly what it says either. Sisi equals we or us. Ni means what kind, place, is, or are. So we are, or also ni can also be it. So Sisi, we, ni, are. Sawa can mean straight, same, equal, all right, and alike. Google search will show you we are all right. I'm saying Sisi is we, ni is are, and sawa is equal. We are equal. We may not always agree on everything, but we're equal. And I think until people can see that we have that, that none of us are superior to another. But until a time comes where people can actually treat each other as equal, we're going to have problems. No, we're not the same. We have different thoughts, different feelings, different ideas, and different perspectives. But we need to come together and agree to disagree sometimes. I am just as guilty as anyone else, and I've allowed things to happen before that I am not proud of. I'm trying to work some things out, get some things taken care of that should have been done a long time ago. But needless to say, that's what's bringing this on. And if you know somebody who, let's say, I might have offended, whether intentionally or accidentally, I apologize. That was not right. I'm sorry. Because that is something that I don't believe in doing in my core. Right now, though, we're going to have the normal fun. But I did want to give a warning. Thursday is going to be a more specialized show. It's going to be more focused on being thankful. I will say that I'm not going to be mean, but people start complaining on the show, I will kindly ask them to refrain. If they don't, I'll remove them from the panel. That is going to be a day, again, of being thankful. Now, I know that Doomcock is going to be having a special stream on Thanksgiving night for those who can't or won't be with loved ones. So I invite you, whether you like the man or not, he is entertaining. And believe it or not, he does care. So, as I said, Cici Nisawa, we are equal. Now, having that all out of the way, let me get started with the chat. And good morning, Cardinal Sin. I hate saying that word, by the way. Good morning, Kinjack Bin, who says greetings and salutations from Vallejo, California. Currently staying at my grandfather's house. Time at the hotel is up. Well, I'm glad that you have a place to stay. That is a good thing. Good morning, Sherry. How are you today? And by the way, how is everyone today? And Ken Jackman says, if people would discuss instead of argue, listen and then speak to one another instead of at one another. Agreed. Good morning, BK Dan. He says, can't come on today because going out in a bit. Well, that's the one thing I'm going to mention. I'm going to suspend. I have had to set up some rules for people coming up. But that's something that's going to be suspended on Thanksgiving. Normally I ask that people wait 1 or 2 days before, once they come on to come back on, with the exception of Bird, of course. Because he's got backdoor access. So he can get in the stream anytime he wants. That's intentional. So I trust Bird or Prey 5. He's one of the people in the community I know is a true friend. And I do hope that you have a good day while you're out. That would be a good thing. And see here now. Million people saying hi to each other. Actually, LEG, I've seen Cardinal Sin around, so you've not been around. So you're doing fine. There are some things going on with my family that I don't necessarily care for. I got a roof over my head for the moment. I'm hoping I don't have to stay here for very long. Well, I'm hoping so as well. I hope the things get resolved quickly so you can get moved back home. The important thing, though, right now is that you have a roof over your head. And that's what we're most concerned about. LDG, I understand. I understand your belief. I do. And I want to respect that. So I'm not going to highlight that comment, but I will say that's not my belief. I don't believe we're the same entity. I don't believe we're the same person. We don't all have identical experiences. We have to work together in order to live together in peace. And, while I have some understanding of why you think that, I just don't. My core beliefs, my thoughts, my experience doesn't show that to be true. Again, my belief. You have your belief, and I respect that. Um, beat myself? No. I think the thing is, I know I've done wrong, and I'm willing to admit it. Um, and rather than going into detail, because there are some things I don't understand what happened or why they happened. There are other things I know exactly what happened, and it. I can't say it's 100% my fault. I can't say it's 100% their fault. But there was misunderstanding and fault on both sides. Things happen. But I think the important thing is that we try to put aside the things that have happened, when possible, and work together. Now, does that mean we're all going to be buddy and friends and things are good and kumbaya? No, it doesn't. That's a fantasy world, and believe me, we're not living in a fantasy world. Horror, but not fantasy. And we all have a lot going on, unfortunately. BK Dan says, I'm thankful for Turkey Day. Well, we'll have to talk about that on Thursday. And absolutely. Doomcock is definitely entertaining. I will give you that. I absolutely. The thing is, granted, I can't be on a big supporter level or anything like that. But like last night, I sent 2 messages into the stream. They were among a lot of the messages that were not read. Both of mine were read. And, I'm not a wrench over there. I'm not a, big time supporter giving hundreds or thousands of dollars a month. I'm on his Patreon giving $1 a month. That's it. Because it does give me more direct access. I can send him a private message, and unlike Twitter not being the mire of all the shit that gets overlooked because people send him crap all the time. Now, you agree with the man or not, you think he's entertaining or not, I can tell you this much. He has a heart. He cares. He actually cares. I wish I could say the same about some people. I really do. And that's one reason why I want to have this thing on Thursday. Because I want to be able to have a peaceful coexistence, if nothing else, with everyone. Whether we're friends or not, whether we're, whatever. It's going to be, I want to have a peaceful coexistence, and anybody is welcome on Thursday. I mean, I will say there are a few exceptions. Those are so few. Um, and those are people that have been actually blocked because they've been abusive in the chat. I hope. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing great, Cardinal Sin. My pain level is lower today, which is good. Uh, no, the word. Let me put it to you this way. The only time I will say it is when I say "hail" on Kuroga. That's the answer to your question, Richie Poole. And Kapla Berto Prey 5. Uh, let's see here. Richie Poole says Kapla. Sherry says Kapla. Yes, Richie Poole. Bird of Prey 5 has a backstage pass. He's always able to come in any time he wants. Oh, did I really say that? Oh, God. Oh, God. No, I'm sounding like LDG. Yes, backstage. He's got backstage access. Nothing is wrong with Doomcock. And by the way, when I went into the stream last night, apparently everything was buffering because I saw a chat from you fly by. And I tried to send a message at you in the chat. And of course, you weren't actually there at that point. Well, we're not going to talk about other YouTubers. I don't. There are certain ones I don't care for, and I'd rather not go into who on a stream. I'll have a good one going shopping at about 7 a.m. your time, then going to be busy until like 11 p.m. your time. Damn. I would disagree. Word. I would disagree. We're not the same. That's the problem. I do think that everyone should have an equal voice. Exactly. Exactly. We don't want to sow discontent. I would rather, like I said, I would rather speak positively about those who do have a good impact in my life and not speak at all of those that I've had bad experiences with, because quite honestly, it doesn't help. All it does is cause more separation. And right now, this is something that needs to be taken care of. we need to try to um, work together. It is your belief. And no, it's not a possibility. In my opinion, it's not a possibility. It's your belief, and you have a right to it. I don't believe it. I don't think it's realistically possible. And unfortunately, I have to agree. I I don't necessarily think it's a rise, as he likes to be quote unquote entertaining, and I don't find that entertaining. Just me personally. I mean, there are people who do. I don't find new Trek to be entertaining, but there are people who do. So yeah, there's a a huge difference in what we uh now believe me, there are times, Mr. Lundell, I wish I'd shot somebody. No, it's something that's happened on stream. It's not something it's not something I want to discuss on a stream. Um but and yes, 47 Yorktown Canadians are equal to. Ken Jack Ben says it is important to put the word faith or belief in proper context. What it really means is, are you willing to change your life for your faith or belief in something? That may be his faith. I don't know. And I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to that. Just as I don't worship the flying spaghetti monster, I'm not going to mock people who do. And thank you, Cardinal Sin. I, I honestly, I would not be anywhere without you all. Um, like I said, I was wanting the 500 really when they lowered the community tab to 500. It's like, okay, I want to get to 500. Now that I have that, numbers are numbers. Numbers are numbers. You know, there are people that will listen to this later, probably skip over a lot of what I said, hoping to get to the good part of the show. Um, but let's see here. Let's see what Bert says. Uh, left my computer with Doomcock stream on. Fell asleep. The Doomcock on TV. Cool. And good morning, John. How are you today? Cool. That's cool, Bird. And good afternoon, Yitza. And please don't take us with you, Professor. Just don't take us with you. Yesterday was National Play Mamo Pray Day. Yes, that's right. You play the video that Yitza made on the avatar for Mamo Pray. It was also International Men's Day. Okay. LEG says not a belief. Okay, that's fine. We get back up to that as the chat jumped. Actually, there were several people that contributed to that, but thank you. So, LDG, I'm going to ask you to leave. And good morning, Mike Richards. How are you this morning? Good morning, Dave G Sound, who says good morning, Brew. And it should be National Mamo Pray Day every day. Well, I think we need to figure out a date. And so we'll have a specific date every month that it's Mamo Pray Day for the month of whatever. I think Bird. Nah, Mamo Pray should select it. No, I think Bird would be better because Mamo Pray would say no. Coffee. Yeah, that's a good way to start the weekend. And speaking of coffee, we've gone on a serious note, so I'm going to start out before I let anybody in.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just going to have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
And Richard Poole says coffee. Dave G. Sam says, "Oh, John, you're on." Bird, I'm going to slap you upside the head when I see you. It's just, maybe that'll fix the brain damage. I don't know. I don't know. Love you, man, but yeah. Sometimes. Okay, now I am posting the link in the chat. Hopefully, if the fucking great, wonderful. I can't do it through StreamYard. Lovely. And of course, it's buffering on YouTube's end. So, learn something. That's not something I want to learn, whatever it is. I have gone ahead and pinned the comment or the link in the chat. So, dear God. Oh, good. Thank God.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, Carpet. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
So, what's going on today?
Just checking in, making sure everything is okay.
Yes. There are a few things I need to work on, but that's
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I like the new logo. Captain, can you hear me? Captain, can you see me? Oh, goodness. Oh, bugger. He's left his own stream again. Well, good morning, sports fans. It's the Cardinal Sin Morning Show. Good morning to everyone. I hope the good captain is getting some coffee. I, of course, am sticking with my my standard Halloween brew. There he is.
At least I'm glad I had somebody here. By the way, Bert, anytime that I just leave, I hope you can try to pop in, even if you can't talk, just to have somebody in the stream. Even just a whatever icon. But yeah, all of a sudden I look down, see the globe symbol, and it's like, oh, shit, the internet went. But fortunately, I was able to switch from the 5G to the 2.4, and it worked. Not as good, but it works.
Hallelujah.
Let's see here now.
I wasn't present yesterday for whatever wacky hijinks went down. And I don't need to know, but you seem
Nothing really
to be in
bad
good
happened.
spirits, and that's good. I'm glad for that.
Well, a lot of that has to do with what happened last night. It's it's something that uh, how do I
Yeah,
say
you're
this?
speaking of Doomcock's chat.
Yeah, yeah, I am.
Yeah, I showed up late. I threw in my $100 and took out. I lit out of there pretty fast. So I wasn't privy to whatever was going on, but you're not one to start trouble. If anything, you
There have been a
you
few times in my life I have, and
yeah, but mostly on your channel, if anything, you tend to defuse things.
I want
Yeah.
to.
In my experience.
I would rather defuse a situation than see it escalate.
Absolutely.
And that's why I don't want to say, "Oh, well, I don't care for this channel," or "I don't care for this
Right.
whatever," because it doesn't mean anything except being closed-minded. And okay, I have a bad experience with ABC. That doesn't mean you will.
The American Broadcasting Corporation?
Okay, let's say XYZ or
Oh,
brand
okay.
X or whatever,
Gotcha.
fill in the blank.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I get along with just about everybody as long as they're not there to pick a fight.
yeah.
I mean, you know me. I'm pretty easygoing. If somebody tries to light a fuse under me, I'll go off just like any other stick of dynamite. But I pride myself on being a rational human being that knows when he's being gaslit. And I've always thought that way of you.
Thank you.
And no, I mean for real. I don't know what was going on last night. I was busy, with some other stuff. I just bopped into the Doomcock chat, so I don't really know. I'm not privy to any of the details, and you're not necessarily,
Well,
you don't owe me any of the details.
right. Well, I'll just say that there are times, and I didn't really get into it, but there are times I wonder who, there are people that say they're your friends, but don't always prove it. I've gotten a couple of really nasty messages from people who claim to be friends, and it's like, oh. And it happened last night, so
That sucks.
I ended up on the channel, and that was my first message. It's like can't, and of course, Doomcock read it and agreed. Then went on to say that he's my friend, and yes, I honestly would count him among my friends. I've never met him, probably never
absolutely.
will.
Yeah.
But I know from my personal interactions with him, it's been nothing but positive.
No,
You know,
he's he's a heck of a guy. One hell of a YouTuber. I count him among my friends on YouTube, and he's always dealt me a straight hand, if you know what I mean.
mm-hmm. Let's see. Here now.
He's a good guy. He's yes, extremely creative. A golden singing voice. Considering he started his channel just to bitch about Star Trek Discovery, and it's gone so far from there. All the mythos he's created with Harvey and Sabu and everything. If you've ever had the opportunity to go and listen to him being interviewed about his background by Midnight's Edge, the guy is one creative MF, but there are things that even Doomcock will lose his shit over,
Yeah.
And I think one of them is the things that divide us more than the things that bring us together. I think that's one of the things that really how to say it gets under his skin, burns him up inside, more than anything else, is when the SJWs, or whatever you want to call them, when they succeed in dividing us up rather than bringing us together, or we don't see it coming, and we take the bait, if you know what I'm saying. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know that's something that bothers Doomcock, and it bothers me, and I know it bothers you, and it bothers a lot of us that, whether we identify with the fandom menace or not. It's something that it's easy to work into somebody under their skin and set them off. And unfortunately, those of us that don't have, I'm not going to put this very delicately, I apologize. Those of us that don't have a very well defined position, or don't know where we stand in that number line, it's easy to make some of us peel off. I don't even know if I'm making sense here.
You are.
Okay. I wish that we could unite under sort of a flag of fandom, whether it's Star Wars or Star Trek or Doctor Who or whatever, and just realize, hey, there's an external force that's trying to fuck with us here. We need to band together because we're bigger than this. We're better than this. And sometimes I wonder, if that's really what's happening.
there are a lot of things happening. I made the mistake of well, when I tweeted out the stream, I happened to look at something that was going on. Always a mistake before going on, because um, that's kind of it's a negative thing. It set the tone. Um, it was a certain group out there um, that was bothered by the verdict yesterday, and they are basically saying it was a decision based on race. Um, Even though that the person that was tried was not white, whatever. Stupidity seems to reign supreme.
It does. And, I always hate that. And more importantly, like I said earlier, the things that if we don't hang together, we will hang apart. And while that's kind of an old, tired saw, kind of a hackneyed, line, it's a cliche because it's true.
Yeah.
We have to band together and unite, or these people that don't care about the fandom, the franchises, the shows, the movies, whatever. They're just going to enjoy, licking their chops and dividing us up. And we have to, one, be bigger than that, and two, we have to understand what their ultimate goal is. And there's a reason that it seems like we're being attacked from, all angles, and it's because we are. I spent the last 3 days, well, it's no secret to you, Captain, that I'm a chronic pain patient, and I spent the last 3 days more or less in bed. Made it downstairs, to make some food, watch a movie, go back upstairs, try and catch some Z's, and I found myself exclusively watching old movies, I just got done watching Mystery Men. Clue. Big Trouble in Little China. And, another dozen films. And, it really seems like these days we're not supposed to enjoy escapism. We're not supposed to enjoy, going to the movies. It's always got to be some kind of a head session, It's always got to be some kind of a fucking lecture.
Ugh, really?
And, that's why I have spent so much time recently just watching older movies and rejoicing in these wonderful upscaled films, whether they're 2K or 4K, interpositive, upgrades. I'm kind of taking a break from modern films because they don't call to me like the films of old.
Right.
When I was growing up, I'm a screenwriter. That's no secret to anybody.
Right.
I understand storytelling. I know why people tell stories. I know why people listen to or watch or read stories. And until this, fad or whatever is over, I've got plenty of stuff to catch up on. I've been amassing a huge store of old Philip K. Dick novels that I haven't read, and Neil Stevenson books that I haven't read, and I'm happy to report that they're just as sort of stimulating to me as they would have been if I'd bought them and read them when they came out.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been a big fan of cyberpunk. William Gibson, Bruce Sterling, Rudy Rucker. In fact, I wrote a college paper about it. It was called Cyberpunk, the Genre That Wasn't. And although I got a 4.0 on it, my professor, James Gunn, wrote as much in red on the back as I had written on the front. It was kind of funny. But I grew up in kind of the new wave science fiction writers like Harlan Ellison and the through line of the science fiction writers that I was really interested in were the ones that were showing us the world through the viewpoint of the character called the Wirehead. And in my paper, I talked about how in science fiction, the character of the Wirehead was one that was strictly interested in it for pleasure. They discovered the pleasure center of the brain, and they, figured out how to access that pleasure center and either neurochemically or electrically stimulate it. Spider Robinson and Michael Crichton with the Terminal Man. And then when it came to the cyberpunk Wirehead, it was all about business. It wasn't about, flicking that switch in the brain that has to do with the pleasure center. It was all about jacking in so you could get business done. Like Case in Neuromancer. And I guess I've gone a little further afield than I probably should have, but
no, not at all.
That's just what always interested me, and the reason I called it cyberpunk, the genre that wasn't, was that it seemed to me that, you know, in studying science fiction, the University of Kansas is one of the only places in the world where you can graduate with a degree in science fiction. And
Really? Cool.
yeah, it's why my father chose to move here. He had an offer to start a computer science department in California, which I expect was Caltech, and one on the East Coast, which I expect was MIT, and one here in Lawrence at the University of Kansas. And he told me many times that he chose here because James Gunn was here, and he was sort of the keeper of the science fiction flame. And I never thought
I only
that I
have
would...
one thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
Rock, Chalk, Jayhawk.
There you go. Go KU. Yeah, also a big basketball power, which is kind of cool. But I never thought that I would get to take classes from James Gunn, and I did. And it changed my life as a writer, as a thinker, you know. It gave me the structure, you know, broke me down as a writer and built me up correctly. And I have kind of an analog to that artistically, that in high school, I had an art teacher that broke me down but failed to build me back up. So consequently, I really can't draw or paint very well. Although I still have an artist's eye internally. It's all digital paintings. It's called giclée, and it's when you spray paint of different colors onto a canvas or you know, a piece of art paper.
Right.
And I've exhibited all over the world. I have an exhibition coming up this year, next year, 2022, at the local library. The two sales that I made that were of any, you know, serious caliber were for the gallery that they were being shown at in Milan. So it was nice that they were able to, you know, make some money off of my work. I knew what I was getting into. I mean, I knew that was the whole point. But anyway, if I can kind of work my way back, the experience of being in a writer's workshop and taking classes from James Gunn, it was a fantasy to me. It was something that I never thought that I would be able to do. And not only was I able to do that, but when Worldcon, the World Science Fiction Convention, came to Kansas City in 2016, he was made a Grand Master of Science Fiction. And that celebrates a whole lifetime of writing good science fiction and winning Hugos and Nebulas and being really good at what you do, and I was very proud to be the first person to ambush him and have him sign my copy of Campus, which was a book that he put out in the either the late 60s or the early 70s, where things were backward, kind of a Philip K. Dick thing, where the students were the conservatives and the professors were the ones that had to sort of watch out for their lives,
Yeah.
And I learned so much in that situation, and it made a very serious, definite imprint on me as a writer and as a teacher of writing. But I have to apologize. I think I'm kind of waxing nostalgic.
No, that is perfectly fine. I've been enjoying listening to what you've been talking about. It's funny. It does remind me, though. You were talking about art, and I remember seeing a YouTube video. I wish I could give the link. How modern art is really, well, it can be honestly compared to the writing of today as well, because you go from following rules to whatever. And the guy opens up with an example. He talks about this piece of art that he, and I'm doing air quotes, is showing the students. Okay. Well, it turns out it's a close-up of a painter's smock.
Of a what?
A smock. Painter's smock. That's all it is. It's just the spots of his painter's smock. There is no...
painter's smock.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said a tater smock.
No. Painters.
And I was like, what? Yeah.
So, and it's kind of like with the writing of today, a lot of people just, here, it works. And sentence structure wise, maybe, but.
Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from, Cap. It's difficult to get engaged as an audience member in a film or a story, because people just don't seem to understand storytelling anymore. They don't understand what makes a good story, why people tell stories, why people read, listen to, write stories. And so I'm kind of stuck in this past, where I can, not as well as Harlan Ellison did, but when Harlan Ellison felt like he'd been wronged, he would get up into the window of a bookstore, and he would start just hammering out a story, and he would instead of challenging people to a duel, Harlan Ellison would challenge them to write a story, to back up whatever their premise was.
Right.
And I thought that was fucking brilliant. He's my hero, and he's always been my hero. A feisty little Jew, a science fiction writer who was just always right, you know. It's interesting that you mentioned Doomcock earlier. I didn't know this until Doomcock mentioned it, and he's a fount of wisdom in so many things. But this really captured my interest. That he was shooting pool at the very beginning of his career. And it was in a place where Frank Sinatra was sort of established, and it was kind of Frank's place. Mm-hmm. He didn't own it, but it was sort of Frank's place, you know.
Yeah.
And Frank got annoyed that Harlan didn't, you know, bow and scrape like everybody else did. And Frank Sinatra got up in his face. And you can type this into your favorite search engine and check it out for yourself. Please, by no means, take my word for it. But at some point, Frank got in Harlan's face, and Harlan Ellison turned around and he was like, "Am I supposed to know who you are? Are you some kind of a big deal?" And he had no idea who he was. You know, he was just shooting pool with a friend of his, and of course that's absolutely the last thing you want to say to Frank Sinatra, especially on his own turf, and. You know, Harlan's mouth got him into a lot of trouble that his body maybe couldn't get him out of. But I was very interested to read about that, and that's one of the things I'll always be able to thank Doomcock for turning me on to, because Harlan Ellison really is my favorite science fiction writer, and that was something I didn't know ever happened, and seems so bizarre, you know, that would ever happen. But he was like a little, you know, bulldog. You know, Harlan Ellison would never let anything go, sometimes to his detraction. And for anybody out there that wants to get a feel for this side of Harlan Ellison, there are two books that I would recommend. One is called The Glass Teat, and the other one is called The Other Glass Teat. And it's about, you know, how awful television was in the mid to late 60s. You know, the Mod Squad, and, you know, he just really went on a tear, and you know, he was a screenwriter and wrote for television, famously wrote for Star Trek, and other, you know, shows. And mm-hmm. I think, you know, his chagrin about the way he was treated in Hollywood, perhaps with the exception of The Outer Limits, where he was really allowed to shine. He just really felt like he'd been dicked around, and he had, you know, it was a fair cop. And if you really want to read a screed against Hollywood by a really really good science fiction writer, check out Harlan Ellison's The Glass Teat and the Other Glass Teat. Excellent essays about the state of television as it was at the time.
Yeah, I wonder what he'd have to say today.
Oh my God. I don't. I know better. I know he would certainly have very negative things to say about Star Trek Discovery and everything under Kurtzman. And he would probably bore I always have trouble remembering this director's name. The body horror director from Canada. I always want to say Kevorkian, but it's not.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Scanners, Eastern Promises.
I'm so bad with names.
It's K something, and he's like one of my favorite writers and directors. I just watched one of his movies today or yesterday.
Surprised we don't have somebody in chat saying the name.
Anyway, for some reason, he showed up in Star Trek Discovery as a character, and it made me feel lesser of him, even though he's one of my favorite directors. Crash. He directed Crash. That's like his big famous movie with James Spader. I guess he couldn't have known, what he was getting into, but it really did make me feel like he didn't understand Star Trek, and he didn't care to. It was just, a part. Maybe he was doing it as a favor for a friend. I don't know, but I don't watch Star Trek Discovery, so I haven't ever seen him, in this role. But I have Doomcock to thank for taking the hit so that I don't have to undergo the brain damage,
I will say this. I did see the first episode of season 4 of Discovery.
How did season 4 of Discovery get greenlit?
I don't know. I don't know. I will say this. At least the writing improved in so much as Burnham was actually acting like a Starfleet officer. At least in part.
Well, that's a big step up from, mutinying your captain in the first 2 episodes, getting thrown in the brig for mutiny, all this crazy stuff that they did in the first 3 seasons. I mean, I'll tell you something. I really when I heard that Jason Isaacs was going to be the captain, I was really psyched because I'm a big Jason Isaacs fan.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody out there is interested in seeing some really great Jason Isaacs stuff, there's a 2012 one season. I guess they call it a limited series on Amazon Prime called Awake. And it's a really interesting premise where a homicide detective gets into a fatal accident with his wife and his son, and he survives. And on the odd days, his wife survives, and on the other days, his son survives. It's a really, Twilight Zone-esque kind of a series. But as it progresses, you sort of understand, with each episode, it gives a savvy viewer a chance to sort of see, from a distance what's coming and why. So I really like those kind of TV shows where, depending on how astute a viewer you are, how much you know about screenwriting and storytelling, the better off you are, and the more likely you are to figure it out, maybe an episode sooner or later, and he does a great American accent. If I didn't already know he was a Brit, I would have been completely, sold that he was an American actor. And it's a great show, but when I saw the first two episodes of Star Trek Discovery, he wasn't really the captain, and Michael Burnham, plank of wood, whatever.
Yeah.
Gets into big trouble and starts a war with the Klingons, and whatever. And then now she's the captain, of course, because she's the bestest ever.
Yep.
I can't bring myself to spend any money with them. I want my Star Trek back.
I find it funny. There have been people that I've heard from that okay, they honestly think that people want everything to be identical to what Star Trek was. I'm not one of them. I don't want another DS9.
David Cronenberg, yes, thank you. Mike Richards, that's who I was thinking of. Please go ahead, Captain.
The original series was the original series, or was Star Trek. Excuse me. But the Next Generation was not anything like the original series.
No, it
DS9 was not.
It was different,
Either
but
one.
It was still Star Trek.
Exactly. And I think the one thing that people aren't understanding, and what I'm talking about is like people who actually like Discovery. okay, you like the writing style. I don't understand it. But okay, fine.
There is no writing style in Star Trek Discovery. Come on.
Well, I was trying to be kind.
Yeah.
But, and I am not one of these, Gene Roddenberry was perfect worshiping people.
God,
no.
By no means. Thank God for Dorothy Fontana.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, and David Gerald, and in my, I'm not trying to show off here, but in my friendship with Tracy Torme, I've come to understand what it was like for him to have Gene Roddenberry as his second sort of mentor. His first writing mentor was Joe Stefano of the original Outer Limits. And Tracy Torme invented the holodeck. He invented the Dixon Hill character. He originally wrote the episode The Royale, about the astronaut that makes it out way before anybody else does, and they've built this world around the paperback book that he happened to be reading. And I'm sure you're familiar with the episode.
Oh yes, quite familiar.
And Tracy told me all the things, how they picked it apart, and he had to end up, pulling in Alan Smithy and putting, somebody else's name on it, because the difference between the episode that he wrote and the episode they produced was so different that he didn't want to have anything to do with it. And yet, that episode, The Royale, still had so much of his original sort of nugget of truth, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
That it's still an amazing episode. It kind of goes back to Harlan Ellison's City on the Edge of Forever. He was incensed that they changed the story and they made it fit into Star Trek better. And I think probably, I've read the book that had Harlan Ellison's original screenplay and the one that they ended up using.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I think that the one that they ended up using was probably better for Star Trek. But what a lot of people don't know is Harlan Ellison's original screenplay won the Hugo and the Nebula that year.
Wow.
Yeah. And that doesn't happen on TV very often.
No.
As a matter of fact, that's probably the only incidence of that ever happening.
And Richie Poole, yes, Gene Roddenberry was far from perfect, but he deserves a lot more credit than certain YouTubers are giving him. And you're right.
I'd agree with that.
You're right. But here's the thing. There are also channels that are basically worshiping him. I don't worship anybody. Yes, and getting into religion is not something I want to do on here. Yes, I have a religious belief, okay? But I don't worship any man at all.
Well, and it's funny that you bring that up. Theodore Sturgeon wrote an episode of Star Trek, the one where they land on the planet where the I don't remember the name of the episode. I'm sorry, but you guys will. Where there's a persecuted sort of a cult, and they worship the sun, and
oh yes,
they have TV gladiatorial games, and Spock and Kirk have to go in and fight, you know, and you know, the dun 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 dun,
yeah,
dun, dun, you know, all that kind of thing, and then, you know, the last sort of twist ending, which I thought was really stupid, but you know, and Theodore Sturgeon's you know, one of the exalted science fiction writers. You know, Uhura says, "Oh, they weren't worshiping the sun; they were worshiping the Son of God."
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, "That is so stupid," you know. I can't believe that this, you know, humanist Gene Roddenberry would allow even a great, you know, huge, well-known, Hugo Award-winning, Nebula Award-winning writer like Theodore Sturgeon to get away with something like that. You know, it was just...
Well,
it seems really primitive to me.
I see it on a different angle, because I was surprised that they used it simply because they were not using religion at all in this series. Mm-hmm. And the very fact that it was even mentioned, I thought, okay, it's not human. Well, I mean, you know, we're not talking Earth,
right?
So, talking about a religious system, was an exception.
But it was taken from a starship captain that went rogue.
Yeah,
and sort of made the world of his own making by copying it off of the Christians versus the Romans, mm-hmm. the early Christians. It was a weird twist ending, and even as a kid, I was like, really? You know, I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I was like, really? The Son of God? What? But, you know, I grew up in a Reformed Jewish household, so... and I eventually turned into a humanist myself, so... Mm-hmm. It just seemed like a really easy out, you know.
And I'm not going to deny that. It was an easy out. Yeah. But the fact that it was mentioned, I believe it or not, I actually liked it at the time. Just as there were other things that happened in Star Trek where like with the Bajorans.
Or if you go back to the original series, who mourns for Adonis?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then in the movies, you had the whole, what does God need with a starship? You know,
I
Star
prefer
Trek 5 for me is apocryphal. Actually, Gene Roddenberry said it was apocryphal.
I prefer the animated series where they go and meet the devil.
Yeah, that was fun, right? Where they went to go meet Pan. That was fun because he had convinced them that he was just the horn god, you know, and he was just there to have fun, and I've always loved stories that had to do with deals with the devil. I'm a huge Charles Beaumont fan. And for anybody that is watching now or might catch this on the replay, Bread and Circuses, yeah. Inconsistent with his humanism, yeah, that's true. There's, lots of examples where Roddenberry broke his own Bible, and went in a different direction.
Yeah.
And God forbid anybody else should do it in the writer's room. But he took a lot of credit for Star Trek being the big hit that it was, and there's no mistake about it. Let's call a spade a spade. Star Trek, the original series, the first season, was the most expensive television show in history up to that time.
Right.
There was the letter writing campaign and Spock's brain, and obviously, it didn't, the quality did not get better, and the budgets did not go up. That's just not something that happens, except in Star Trek Discovery for some reason. I'd still like to know how the fuck that church got 300 light years away. And it had an amalgam of all of Earth's religions, several of which are, in let's just say counterpoint to one another. And they never did explain that. And I was like, okay, I can get into this. How the fuck did this church get 300 light years away? And the discovery is finding this church. It's just best not to ask why. Mm-hmm. Ours is not to wonder why, just to turn it on and watch and make sure that the 24-hour ratings are as high as possible. Which is extreme sarcasm from me, because as far as I'm concerned, you don't get a second season. I mean, they took Brian Fuller's ideas, and then they kicked him out. And, for instance, the big blue tardigrade was supposed to be a member of the crew, not an animal that they tortured to use the spore drive so they could go anywhere in time and space. It's like suddenly the fucking Enterprise, or the Discovery rather, is the TARDIS.
And then they conveniently forget it's a
big blue tardigrade,
Yeah.
Oh.
And
go ahead,
Hello
Bird.
world, it's Birdo Prey 5, Kapla.
Kapla.
I just have a minute, Captain, so
no problem.
saying
Go for it.
hello. And I heard you talking a few minutes earlier about how you don't worship any man. And it's, for the most part, right. In all of humanity, there are only 2 humans currently worth being worshipped. And they both happen to live in my house right now.
So. Charlie's there? I didn't know he lived there now.
No, Charlie's not here. He's not old enough yet. He's not yet reached the age of ascension. No.
Well put.
Mamo Prey and myself. Okay? If you need to pray for a problem to go away,
All hail Bird and Mama Frey.
worship Mama Pray. She can dispatch Uncle Polly. And if you need questions answered and like anything else, then you should direct those to me.
I just
To be
I
clear.
can't understand. One thing I know Bird and I agree on is that we love the original series, and I just can't for the life of me figure out how they got to season 4, greenlit, made,
It's a different industry. It's not. Remember, this is not on television. This is on streaming.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah,
And
it's
it would
paywall.
be more of an embarrassment to stop producing it than to continue. I mean, what more proof do you need that it's not only this 4th season, although Paramount Plus is putting it on, now Netflix dropped it. So
Like a
Netflix
hot
doesn't have
rock.
it.
Yeah.
So as soon as Netflix could get out of their contract to get out of the Star Trek business, they did. They were forced to carry the first couple seasons. Then they sued over the 3rd, and the 4th isn't on Netflix anymore.
But
So goodbye.
am I correct? They still carry the original series and TNG and all that, right?
Some of them, they pulled a couple off of Netflix recently. I think TOS and Voyager, maybe.
Really?
They pulled 1 or 2 series off Netflix.
I'm an unabashed supporter of Enterprise. I really liked Enterprise, even though it fumbled to find its footing in the first season, and to a degree the second season maybe as well. But I thought that they really had something, and the cast, the ensemble cast, was amazing. The cast for Enterprise may have been its saving grace. I think that eventually in the second and the third and fourth season, the writing was a lot better.
My
and
theory with
I know that
Enterprise.
there are some people that will disagree with me on that.
Your
But-
theory with Enterprise?
My theory with Enterprise is that it was good from the start. The problem was it premiered 3 weeks after 9/11,
Yeah.
and the country
Wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our priorities had changed, and we didn't want to see an exploration show.
It's really interesting that you mentioned that. It has a direct corollary to Doctor Who. When Doctor Who first aired, it was either the same day or the same weekend as JFK was assassinated. And so I think for the first time in BBC history, they ran it again the following weekend, and that's what saved Doctor Who, because nobody watched it on that first night, because everybody was on a different channel watching, was President Kennedy going to live or die, and it took all the oxygen out of the room, if you will.
Yeah.
So a really similar kind of thing with those two series.
Anyway,
But
unfortunately, I
if
can't stay. I just
if
said a few minutes.
9/11 hadn't happened,
I'm sorry you can't stay, Bird. Hope things are going okay.
Yeah, I've got stuff going on here.
No
I'll talk
problem.
to you guys a little later. I'll still be listening. Kapla.
Kapla.
kapla. If 9/11 hadn't happened, who knows how long Enterprise would have gone on. I know that Les Moonves didn't get Star Trek, and he didn't get science fiction. In fact, he hated it. His first executive action when he became sort of the head honcho at CBS was to cancel Star Trek Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And his last executive action, for some reason, was to give Alex Kurtzman a 5-year ironclad contract that stipulated that CBS had to do everything in its power to make sure that they did everything they could to support Kurtzman's efforts. I don't know. Was he like a long lost nephew of Moonves? I don't know, but it was awfully damn strange.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Richie Poole says 9/11 had zero effect on my perception or enjoyment of Enterprise.
Good.
Actually, I didn't like Enterprise when it first started because all I could see was Captain Sam Beckett.
Yeah.
And it's like, I wasn't ready to see him as captain of the Enterprise.
It's interesting. One of the things that was kind of had it going for it, as far as I was concerned, is that while I was aware of Quantum Leap, I wasn't really a fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean I didn't like it or that I disliked it. I just didn't really see much of it.
Right.
And so I didn't have that stigma, where it was Captain Sam Beckett. I'd seen Jonathan Archer. What the fuck is his name? The actor.
Shit.
Sam Beckett.
I know the name.
I'm totally brain farting it.
I know. I know.
Anyway, I'd seen him in Lord of Illusions, which I really liked, the Clive Barker sort of horror movie. I'd seen him in other stuff that I really liked.
Scott Bakula, that's it.
Scott Bakula.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And because he had been in a really popular science fiction series, the cast that was primarily completely unknowns said that he was sort of the dad, or the avuncular guy that would always, he was a very generous actor, and he would tell them, here's what's expected of you, and you should do this and watch out for that, and that he created an atmosphere where it was very much like a family. and they had such a great ensemble cast that even where there were some episodes that weren't written very well, they kind of trudged through it and made them watchable. And like I said, there were some missteps along the way in the first season, but there were also some great episodes. Carbon Creek is one of my favorite episodes. And I'm a huge fan of Commander Shran.
Oh yes.
Whose actor's name I should know off the top of my head, who did a lot of H.P. Lovecraft stuff. And I'm embarrassed that I don't remember his name. But he played Dr. Herbert West, Reanimator. And he played Lovecraft in a movie called The Necronomicon. And he holds the record, along with Vaughn Armstrong, for the most different kinds of aliens played in Star Trek. He and Vaughn Armstrong hold the title collectively, the two of them. And I really thought that his characterization of Shran really made Star Trek Enterprise worth watching. He had also been the Ferengi sort of government accountant on Deep Space Nine, and lots of other roles throughout Star Trek history. But it's embarrassing that I don't remember his name. I will flame myself later.
Yes, Liquidator Brunt. He also
Brunt, yeah,
played. Oh crap! The he wasn't a Jem'Hadar. He was a whatever.
Wayoon.
Wayoon, thank you.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Dagon?
No.
Dagon is one of the greatest H.P. Lovecraft adaptations to film. And he's not in it, but it's I think one of the most faithful to, if not the writing of H.P. Lovecraft, at least the mythos of H.P. Lovecraft. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the interplay between Scott Bakula's character and, God, I wish I could remember the name of this guy. He's like one of my favorite actors. The Shran actor, where he starts out, calling them the pink skins, and he's really dubious, well, why
Jeffrey
do you have a
Combs.
Vulcan as your first officer, and all that kind of thing. And they'd been, fighting the Vulcans and all this kind of thing, which I thought was a really interesting background. And then, through his relationship with Archer, they come to trust the Pinkskins, the humans, more than the than the Vulcans. And I just thought that was a really interesting interplay, and it kept the it kept the series interesting. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, and yes, Richie Poole, Jeffrey Combs.
Jeffrey Combs, thank you. Yes, Jeffrey Combs is totally awesome. Yeah. From Beyond, all of Stuart Gordon's movies, Herbert West Reanimator, Bride of Reanimator, Beyond Reanimator, Necronomicon. If you're a Jeffrey Combs fan, don't miss those. Rent those or watch them on whatever streaming service they might be on. But particularly if you're an H.P. Lovecraft fan or a fan of the Lovecraft mythos and you haven't seen those films, definitely check those out. It's interesting that H.P. Lovecraft considered the Herbert West Reanimator stuff as stuff that he did just to, pay the bills. It was strictly for money. Like, what else is a writer gonna write for, But it became some of his most famous work and some of his most appreciated work. And maybe it's because it fell into a time when zombies were a big deal in the American zeitgeist, back in the 80s. Mm-hmm. The one movie of Stuart Gordon's that didn't actually get made that I was really interested to see was called House of Reanimator, and it was supposed to be about basically Herbert West being the personal physician to the president, who at that time would have been George W. Bush. So that always gives me a chuckle. It didn't get made for whatever reason, but I think that it would have been a lot of fun. Keeping the president alive. They definitely could have done a Reagan-esque thing, where, I don't recall, all that kind of thing. But that's, another example of where you would have probably split your audience in twain, right? But those are fun movies. I really enjoyed the film From Beyond, when this was another of Lovecraft's. I'm just writing this for cash, for money. It's not one of the weird tales, Del Rey type stories, but it's just a quick cash grab, because let's face it, H.P. Lovecraft didn't really get a lot of notoriety about his writing career until after he was dead. So these stories that he wrote strictly for pay ended up being some of the ones that were the most accessible, I guess you would say. And From Beyond, a device that resonates at a certain frequency where you can see all of these beings, these weird entities and sort of worms with sharp teeth floating around. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
You should
Resident
check it out. It's really cool.
Evil is getting a reboot. Why? Why are we rebooting things?
Yeah, it's they don't want to take a chance on anything new. Although I watched the autopsy of Jane Doe recently. It's one of the movies that I bought because I'm fed up with the standard fare.
Yeah.
And I was really enjoying it up until the end. Have you seen it?
No.
It's it starts out as a regular father son coroner team, and they have to figure out the cause of death, and they get this Jane Doe, and it's a really interesting, fascinating story and movie. The end left me a little, just a smidge, kind of like, wondering about it. But all in all, I'd say it's a good 4 out of 5 stars. It's a really good film. Because you've got a couple of doctors, coroners, that are they're scientists, and for instance, there's this isn't a spoiler. It's in the trailer. There's one scene where the son is supposed to take his girlfriend out to a movie, and one of the corpses, she wants to see one of the dead bodies, and the son is like, no, you can't unsee that, and besides, my dad is really strict, and neither of them saw the dad, who's played by Brian Cox, who's an incredible actor, standing right there, and he's like, no, it's okay. And so he pulls the body out, and it's got a bell on one of the toes. And she says, what's that for? And he says, well, it's very traditional that, back in the old days, they wanted to make sure that people with catalepsy weren't mistaken for someone who was dead or
Right.
someone who was in a coma, so they had this bell on their toe, and it would ring, and that way you would know that you were dealing with a live body, but just the vitals were really, really low, and that of course pays off later, which is a wonderful payoff, a wonderful scare. And Stephen King said of this film, see it, but not alone.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty high marks from Stephen King.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I read like everything Stephen King wrote when I was a kid, and then I kind of drifted away after a while. But I've found my way back, and especially with his movies. Since he got hit by that van and stopped drinking, I think it was Cujo that he said he didn't remember writing any of Cujo. He was so drunk. He didn't remember writing any of it. And you know, it's a pretty crappy novel. But you know, since then his quality has gone way up. I remember seeing an appearance that he had with George R. Martin, and they're friends. And the first thing that George R. R. Martin said to Stephen King is, "Please tell me how you're able to be so prolific, because I can't seem to do it." And George R. R. Martin used to write, you know, when he was hungry. Are you familiar with the term "stay hungry"?
Stay hungry. No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, stay hungry means write as if you're still hungry.
Ah, yes. Okay, that makes sense.
Even if you're a very popular writer and you've made a lot of money and you can rest on your laurels, still write as if you're hungry. Stay hungry. That's what that means. Whether you're a boxer or a writer or, you know, whatever. It means, stay in shape as if you're still hungry, or your quality will go down. And that definitely happened with Stephen King. And the time when he was, it's interesting because he kind of predicted what happened to him with the novel Misery, when James Caan played a world famous horror novelist, you know, and Kathy Bates was his biggest fan. I take it you've seen that film.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, for anyone that hasn't, I'll leave off there. But it was a book that I thought was as good as the movie, and the movie was as good as the book. But there was a period there where, you know, when I was a kid, I would just voraciously read anything that Stephen King put out.
Right.
And then he just kind of got into that drunk phase where he didn't even remember writing an entire book. and I thought it was kind of weird. And so I kind of drifted away. And then after that near-death experience that he had getting run over by the van, he quit drinking, and I think he's written some of his best material since then. A great example of that is The Outsider. The HBO limited series, of which stars Ben Mendelsohn, who was Krennic in Rogue One. Did you see Rogue One?
I'm not a fan of Rogue One.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
Okay, so the really sarcastic Imperial officer that comes to the homestead to get the weapons designer, and he's just super sarcastic and wants to please Vader and everything. That's Ben Mendelsohn. And in The Outsider, he plays an American homicide detective, and his accent is, if I hadn't seen Rogue One, I would have been totally fooled. He's just an exceptional actor, and I was really taken aback by his performance. If you get a chance to see The Outsider on HBO, definitely watch it. It's, like I said, a limited series. Hail PCAT.
Good morning, Captain, Cardinal, Chat. How's everything going?
Going
Good to
well.
see you,
How's it
sir.
going with you?
Not bad, not bad. Nice Saturday morning. Actually got decent sleep for a change.
Good to hear.
Makes a big difference.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. About that time of year where I usually start doing some Rocky binges with the Rocky movies.
Yep. I saw Fathom Events was running Rocky 4 either on an upcoming Thursday or a recent Thursday, which
Yeah,
I
it
meant
was-
to go see, but I think
Yeah,
I
I think
missed
it was last week they
Yeah, I
had
think it was.
the director's cut where Stallone recut the entire movie. He
Oh, wow.
removed scenes
Did
and
you see
added
it?
new scenes. No, I haven't, but I'm gonna probably do one of the rare things I never do: spend $4 and order it on streaming.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah,
Would you
Prime can stream it in a few other places.
would you be so kind as to send me a link?
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Yeah, he recut the whole movie. Apparently, he was bored during lockdown, and he decided he went through all the footage, and he says, looking at it from a perspective of today, he did not like some of his choices, including some of the dialogue. So he cut like
It's-
every scene with the robot is out.
Interesting that you bring that
yeah.
up because a lot of people don't realize that Sylvester Stallone wrote the screenplay for Rocky and all the Rocky sequels
Mhm.
until you get to Creed and Creed 2, which is when somebody came up to him with a completed screenplay and said, hey, I think this would really work in sort of the Rocky universe. And he was like, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Ryan Coogler. He's the one that directed,
Yes.
wrote and
Yeah.
directed the first Creed.
And I didn't see the first one, but I saw the second one because I'm a huge fan of Rocky 4. And I'm a huge fan of Ivan Drago.
Yeah, he apparently he fleshes out the character a little bit more in the director's cut. And Stallone actually helped write the screenplay for the second Creed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he was originally going to direct it too, but then I don't know what
Wow.
happened, and he didn't
Yeah.
direct the second one. But I thought Coogler's first one was superior.
Mm-hmm.
You like the Rockies,
Yeah.
Captain?
Yes.
Good morning, Resolute Germ.
Good morning, Resolute Germ. By the way, are you having Saturday morning cartoons today?
I'm not.
I mean, Germ, but yeah.
I might watch some if somebody was playing some.
Well, normally Resolute Germ does on Saturday morning, of course. And hopefully he will be doing so. Depending on, I mean, obviously, things going on in life. He couldn't do his normal stream on Sunday night. I'm not privy to what was going on, but, obviously things come up. And so he wasn't able to do it. And let's see here. So, yes, cartoons will be regular time, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right, so that's a little under an hour
Are
and 40
these
minutes.
adult cartoons or cartoons for kids?
These are for, they were made for kids.
Kids of all ages. Yeah.
And they are more, in fact, let me do this real quick. Go with the new link. Come on. Of course, YouTube takes its time loading when I'm in a hurry and talking on a stream, because why would it go fast when I want it to? When I'm not on a stream, it goes lightning fast. But hey,
The thing that really bugged me the most was when Adult Swim canceled the Venture Brothers. I was devastated. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Because, it's kind of a homemade, hand-drawn cartoon. They sent it off to, like, Rough Draft Korea or whatever, but it's pretty much like a two-man show. And I loved the Venture Brothers. It was such a great parody of Johnny Quest, and the more that you knew about the kind of cartoons that we watched when we were growing up, when we were kids, the more payoff there was in the Venture Brothers. So I thought that was a big mistake, but I think also, I might be wrong about this, but this is sort of the way I think about it, that they took the Venture Brothers money and they put it into Rick and Morty. And so we might not have had Rick and Morty if they kept doing the Venture Brothers.
Well, here is the lineup for today for on Saturday morning cartoons. Darkwing Duck episode 36. Star Wars The Clone Wars season 4 episode 14. Conan the Adventurer season 2 episode 21. If they have a 21st episode, I don't know. Transformers G1 season 2 episode 20. And that's based on what the episodes were last week. So if the episodes are off, if the episode numbers are off, that's that's my fault.
We used to have a saying here in Lawrence: Transformers, cowboys in disguise. I was never really a Transformers fan, but I guess there must have been a lot of them because the movies were very successful.
Oh, yes, they were. And yes, there was a Johnny Quest reboot a few years ago. Mm-hmm. Why did most of the time, I don't know what they're thinking when they're doing these reboots, because they're not even anywhere close to what people want.
Yeah.
I mean, I
think the major problem is that you have executives at the Cartoon Network and they just don't grok Adult Swim. Like Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Mm-hmm. That was fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah.
And somebody gave that the axe that just was like, what the fuck is this? So
that was a great example of taking a kid's cartoon and then taking it up the next level for the kids that grew up with it. As they got older, they were able to get a lot of fun and laughs out of it.
Yeah. Turning Space Ghost Coast to Coast into a chat show was a great idea. And they even got the guy that did the voice for the original Space Ghost to do the chat show, and everything that they did with Brack, who was supposed to be like the Paul Schaefer to Space Ghosts.
Mhm.
David Letterman. That was very funny. It was really inspired. But I'll never forgive them for canceling the Venture Brothers. I have all 7 seasons, and I mean, for fuck's sake, they should have at least given them a season to wrap it up.
That's a great conversation and a whole list to come up with of great shows that were never given the chance to wrap up. That you get
Right.
close to the end and you never got a proper finale.
Yeah.
Or in the case of Enterprise, an improper finale.
Well, I mean, at least Enterprise, they knew the 4th season was their last one, and they made Manny Koto the showrunner, who was a huge Trekker, and I had the great honor of talking or chatting with Manny Koto in Doomcock's chat when he had showed up at some point. And, he wrote for 24 and all these other shows. And he really took Enterprise in the 4th season into some wonderful territory. Having Brent Spiner on with the Augments and Peter Weller in the 3 episode.
Yeah, the last good 2 regular episodes before the Abomination finale, which you can look at the Peter Weller episodes as the real finale if you want.
Right.
And just skip that Abomination.
Yeah. But I really like what they did with the mirror universe.
Even the opening, I loved how they changed it was a completely different opening.
Yeah,
for
that
Enterprise.
was
It was like its
great.
own special series in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very cool. How instead of like the right stuff and everything, it was very lethal and assassinating the person above you to get that command and everything. It was great.
I love I'm sorry.
I like
go
the
ahead.
fact that they obviously took that from the original series, and they didn't forget it. That's one thing that modern Trek is missing. Is it's
Thank
ignoring
Manny
everything.
Koto for that.
It ignores everything it came before, but Enterprise didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that was all Manny Koto, and
Right from
I
the
got
opening.
an opportunity in Doomcock's chat to say, I'm a big fan of your work, sir, and I went into some detail, and he said, thank you, that's very kind, and I knew it was him. I kept throwing stuff at him that a fan wouldn't know, like Odyssey 5. He was the showrunner on Odyssey 5, again with Peter Weller, and I'm a huge fan of that series. And most fans would be like, Odyssey what?
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. And this is a big time TV writer, a screenwriter that not only knows his stuff, but is able to transform modern television, or what I guess was modern television in 2005, and make it into very compelling drama as a showrunner, even though he knew, maybe especially because he knew that it was going to be the last season they'd have on Enterprise. So they just sort of handed it to Manny Koto, and he he did the best thing that they could have done with it. And it's too bad they hadn't done that before. If they'd done that in the second season or the third season, it would have been renewed. It would have had viewing figures like you wouldn't believe, you know?
I mean, he took the approach where he said, and this is before he worked on 24, he says he was taking the approach of making what he would call mini 24s. So you had episodes that were 2 and 3 parters. So they were a continuing storyline over a handful of episodes, not season 3 where the one season was the whole story. Mini 24s. And what guys like Kodo and Braga and Ron Moore and I'm forgetting the executive producer, Rick Berman, why I put them above today's writers, and not just the Trek writers and producers, they don't lash out at criticism, because fans had criticism of how Captain Kirk was killed in Generations. They had criticism with the finale of Enterprise, and they said, our fault. We made a mistake the way we wrote it. Not, you're a man, baby, the heck with you. Well, it's not for you.
Yeah,
they accept responsibility for the fan.
That was
for their
still
writing.
Back when lashing out at fans was seen as a death knell. I remember. Do you remember the series Nowhere Man with Bruce Greenwood?
Yeah, that was that a UPN show? I think.
Might have been.
Yeah.
I remember being on the Internet Movie Database, like a chat thread, and Manny Koto showed up and was soaking in like fan suggestions, you know, and nobody knew really that he was there, or that you know, he didn't solicit opinions, but he paid attention, you know. And that was back when the World Wide Web was still kind of a newish thing. And I mean, like 1995, maybe? I think it's when Nowhere Man came out.
Makes sense, because that's when Voyager launched. So yeah, I think it was one of the original UPN shows.
Yeah. And yeah, I think you're right. And they paid a lot of attention to what the fans who, you know, were vocal about what they liked and what they disliked, and they, you know, paid attention to it, and that was a time when fan input was seen as a good thing, not as you know, well, these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they're talking about, you know, they're not screenwriters, they're not storytellers, blah blah blah. Well, fans, as it turned out, know what they like. You know, so it did a lot of good for some of those shows to pay attention to the input that fans had. You know, they wouldn't necessarily follow all of their ideas, but
No.
I think taking some of those ideas on board was a good idea.
Well, I think there's a distinct difference. There are going to be different creative styles, and that's a good thing. But when it goes contrary to everything that came before, that's a bad thing. You don't shit on your plate.
Yeah, you don't shit where you eat.
And it's like, come on, you've got an opportunity to make something that is great, and then you're going, you know, that's one thing Paramount did before, because that was, you know, UPN was United and Paramount working together.
Captain, have you seen Brian Fuller's Hannibal TV series?
That's actually on my list, but no.
Please drop everything you're doing and watch it immediately. Put it at the very beginning of your list. I don't care what you're watching. If it's Battlestar Galactica or whatever, watch Hannibal with Mads Mikkelsen as
Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter. It's amazing. It's 4 of the most amazing seasons of television I've ever seen. And once you see that, and you know that Brian Fuller had an idea for Star Trek that was completely different from anything that had ever been done before, you get an inkling of what he would have done with it and how remarkable it would have been. And you just can't really appreciate that until you've seen Hannibal, the TV series. And it'll go by like that. I mean, it's one of those things where once you see the first couple episodes, you'll just marathon the rest of it. You won't be able to help it. It's that good. And once you've seen what he did with Hannibal, you can start to sort of put together in your mind, and PCAT, please kick in or correct me if I'm wrong. You can sort of start to get an idea of how different Star Trek Discovery would have been and how good it could have been, because you've got a guy who is, I have a show on my channel. It's called Masters of the Genre.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Fat for Hire, for this T-shirt design.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And that's the show where I interview writers, storytellers, directors, whatever, whoever I can get. And I've been really lucky. I'm kind of punching above my weight, with some of the people that I've had on. But it's amazing how this Star Trek Discovery show, which was created by Brian Fuller, was taken away from him and just abused and neglected, and I personally believe intentionally
by people that wanted to make it more of a platform for their way of life, a way of thinking, as opposed to making it a platform, not a platform, but making it a series about hope, the future, an idealistic future. They wanted to make it their soapbox.
I'm not sure that's the direction he would have gone, PCAT, but it would have been some damn interesting Star Trek for sure. And what we got just wasn't.
I know it was discussed in Cap. We were talking the other day about early on had high hopes for the show, and then it just crashed right away.
Yeah.
Bryan Singer had a concept. I don't remember all the details because it was a number of years ago. He had an idea for a Star Trek TV series, and I remember reading it. And this was even before Discovery came out. I was like,
Was
this would have been
that the
a
one
really
that he
good
was
concept.
doing with Robert Meyer Burnett?
I don't know who else was involved. I do know that there was a Kirk character that was a descendant of Kirk. I don't know who he wrote it with, and I believe
I think
the
that was
Klingons were
the
lower
one
in the
that Robert
chain
Meyer
now.
Burnett did with Bryan Singer. It's actually up on Robert Meyer Burnett's website, theburnettwork.net.
Yeah, I think it was the Ferengi now were higher on the pecking order, and the Klingons had dropped. And I forget how many years after.
Yeah, no, it was called
Voyager it is.
Star Trek Federation. And the whole idea was that it was 1,000 years forward in the future, and the Federation had just sort of not died out, but become sort of
Not what it was. Not strong.
yeah, it was kind of tired and old and didn't have the vim and vigor that it had originally had when their mandate was to search out new life and new civilizations. This was an older Federation,
Right.
that had already, done all of that searching and had a great deal of territory as far as planets. And the way that Burnett put it was that it was a way to sort of find the Federation's way back to not being a colonial power, but going back to its original mandate of seeking new life and new civilizations.
But how would that have worked if they didn't have a character that was the greatest invention ever without a Michael Burnham? Could they have done that?
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot more fun. I think it would have been a lot more interesting.
Yeah, my question to you guys, like especially you, Cap, I'm sure you've spoken about it. What was the Star Trek episode you first saw that sucked you in, that made you love Star Trek?
Oh, wow.
Balance of Terror. That's an easy one for me.
Trying to remember. Yeah, I'd have to go with that. That's one of the first ones I remember seeing. Because it was in reruns when I saw it. And yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, it wasn't. I didn't catch season 3 on first viewing because there were a few of those that were pretty bad. Although, comparatively speaking to what we have today, fucking brilliant. I would take Spock's brain over Discovery.
100 times Spock's brain.
What is brain? Brain and brain. What is brain?
What is brain?
I mean, you're yeah.
Have you guys been
So,
watching that
yeah.
documentary on the History Channel, The Center Seat?
Of what?
It's the new Star Trek documentary that the History Channel's been running. I think yesterday was episode 3. It's supposed to be, I think, a
What's it
10-part
called?
series called The Center Seat. Gates
The
McFadden
Center
narrates.
Seat.
hmm
No.
Center seat.
It was,
Is it any good?
so far, I like the first 2 episodes. They focus
Cool.
on the first one. They focus, I think, the first half of the first one on how, if it wasn't for Lucille Ball and Desilu Studios and Lucille Ball believing in the concept, there is no Star Trek.
Thank you. Absolutely correct.
And it was her. When they were looking to create their studio, they had a lot of hit shows that filmed at their studios, but they didn't own any, so they weren't making a lot of money off of it. So they needed original properties.
Yeah.
She liked Star Trek. She gave it the green light. They gave it a lot of money at the time. Network hated The Cage. She still wanted to back it, so they filmed the second pilot. It took off. And it was also Lucille Ball that helped greenlight Mission Impossible. So you can look at Paramount, their two biggest franchises over the last 50, 60 years, especially how the Mission Impossible movies spun off into big hits. If it wasn't for Lucille Ball, who knows what Paramount would be today, because they would have no major properties of that magnitude.
Thank God for Lucille Ball. There would be no Star Trek without Lucille Ball.
Yeah.
And without Star Trek, there probably wouldn't have been a Battlestar Galactica reboot, which won a Peabody, which is an award that's given to a show that teaches. It was a foundational series, if you'll pardon the pun, for science fiction on television. And it's all Lucy's fault.
Yep.
And it's funny too, they were part of the reason they had to sell and they were losing money was because Star Trek and Mission Impossible cost so much to make, and Star Trek not being the big hit it was until right after it was canceled in syndication. And I was reading that had Lucille Ball hung on for another couple of years to Desilu, then she would have really reaped the rewards that Star Trek generated in syndication, because their syndicated numbers in the 70s were higher than first-run network shows.
Unfortunately, the history that we have to go by is that the writing would have gotten worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. It is a tremendous dip in quality. I mean, you have a handful of standout episodes. At the Enterprise incident might be the best one of season 3.
Yep.
It was cheesy, but I actually liked the one when they was it Spectre the gun with the OK Corral, even though the history was so off and goofy on it.
Yeah.
Oh God, I skipped that episode.
That's what's called
that's a guilty pleasure episode for me.
A box episode.
It is bad. I can't defend it.
Where they just shoot it on a back lot that's already set up for that. Because they'd spent a lot of money already on the first 9 holes, if you will, and they had to use standing sets for the back 9, and Spectre the gun was one of them. But even if you go and do research and really dig into Spectre of the Gun, there's a lot of good Star Trek there. Especially compared to modern Trek.
And I'm a big fan of the real story of the OK Corral and even the movies in Hollywood that obviously, I don't want to say bastardized, but didn't get a lot of key figures correct. But you can forgive it in this episode because you're talking about people that are 300 years, more than that, I want to say 400, 500 years, or 400 years removed from the actual incident. So, of course, their knowledge of it will be fragmented to begin with, because obviously there's a lot of factual backstory wrong within the episode. But again, 400, I mean, heck, we can't even get things 100% correct that happened 50 years ago.
Well, I mean, they were basing the characterizations off of either what Kirk and Spock had in their memories about the OK Corral incident, or what was in the ship's computer, which might have been a little bit more accurate. But an interesting thing, PCAT, that you might not know is that Wyatt Earp was my great, 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 great uncle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, his full name was Wyatt Barry Stapp Earp. And on my mom's side, there is a Berry, Berry. So I'm distantly related to Wyatt Earp.
Very interesting. Cool.
Not that really, matters.
No, it's a nice little fun.
It's an interesting piece of trivia. Yeah. How about you, Cap? Are you related to anybody famous?
Not that I'm aware of, and if there is, probably somebody I wouldn't want to admit to.
Everybody's got somebody famous back there in the woodpile somewhere.
Let's see here. Let's go back to the chat. Sorry to be
I'll just
ignoring
be
the
silently judging you.
Good morning, Robert Rose Jr. Good morning, Stan Lee. Good morning, Low Specs Linux Laptop. Again, hello, Sherry. Good morning, Comic Fusion. You're more than welcome to join the panel, of course.
Of course. We've just been yakking it up, taking valuable time in the morning.
Well,
Gil sounds like the voice of God.
But not a god that needs a starship, though, I'm assuming.
Well, that's true.
What need does God have for a starship? Yeah, I hear that. I've actually been awake all night, too. I've been checking out some of my new procurements.
So let me guess, there's going to be more unboxing videos soon.
No, I decided to give that a rest. I ordered a lot of books, and I ordered a lot of 4K UHD discs.
Right.
And then I found out my TV is just 4K. It's not 4K UHD. So I have to get a 4K UHD TV.
Okay. Sorry, I've got to ask, what's the difference?
4K UHD is ultra high def.
Okay.
And 4K is actually less than 4K.
Right.
It's more like 2K plus. So,
but 4K sounded better, so they went with 4K, even though it's not 4K.
Well, it's weird. 4K is sort of a multiplication of the width and the depth.
Mm-hmm.
And 4K UHD is sort of proper 4K. Yeah, that's true. What Cosmic Fusion is saying. But a lot of the discs that I've been buying that are 4K UHD won't play on a 4K TV. I need to have an actual 4K UHD TV. So
that's funny. They would make something that wouldn't play on a 4K TV. That's just Sounds strange.
Yeah, I have a 4K Blu-ray player in my computer, and I have a 4K HDMI cable, UHD, but my TV is just 4K, which means it's really like 2160 by whatever. So I need to buy a new TV that'll be 4K UHD, and if I can finagle one that also has 3D in it, because I've been buying some 4K UHD discs that are 3D, but if you don't have a 3D TV, then you can't see it.
Right.
So that'll be $400 to $1,000 that I can't afford.
Have you bought the new Star Trek movies? The first four they re-released, they transferred to supposedly 4K.
Say again?
Have you purchased the first four Star Trek movies they just released in 4K?
No, actually, I saw as a Black Friday type deal, Zavvi has released, or I guess it's a pre-release technically, Star Trek 1 through 10, the movies.
Yep.
And I don't really have a lot of interest in the J.J. Abrams films. So I'd rather kind of pick and choose, because I'm not a fan of the motion picture at all.
Same.
It's literally where Nomad has gone before.
Well, the reason I got the one with the first 10 movies is it doesn't have the JJ shit. And I can overlook the motion picture and
Five.
All the other odd numbered, yeah.
I didn't mind. Well, I like 3, and
I
7
think
is
it's the most
fine.
underrated of the entire franchise. Number 3,
Yeah.
as far as movies.
But yeah, 1 through 10, I can handle. Like I said, that would only be 2 movies I wouldn't be watching out of 10. Yeah, not a bad deal.
No. Especially at the price they're offering it at. I think it's 60% off of like $134. So it ends up being like 83 something. Something like that.
I saw it for a lot less. It was, I don't remember, but it was just a short time sale type thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait until they upgrade, until they upgrade. Well, they did upgrade the Wrath of Khan to the director's cut.
They've upgraded. I mean, the pre-buy is for all 10 movies in 4K.
Now, does that include number 6 director's cut? Ah, excellent. Because that's what I'm waiting for before I delve into finally upgrading the 10 movies.
Yeah, you have to pre-order it, because by the time it hits the street, they'll all be gone.
It's funny you mentioned the motion picture.
They don't make enough to, screw around. They basically fulfill all the pre-orders. That tells them how many they need to make. Maybe they make another 10% over and above that. And I was totally shocked that by the time I found out that network had made the A&E 40th anniversary Blu-rays of The Prisoner, that Shout Factory had put them out as a box set, and they were all gone by the time I even found out about it. and I'm a huge fan of The Prisoner. Since then, I've fixed that problem, but there's a lot of things that are pre-orders that are different from video games. With video games, you want to wait for like the Game of the Year edition. Make sure you get all the bugs worked out.
Yep.
But with the movies, when they do a pre-buy, you want to make sure you get your order in as part of their counting how many orders they're going to get before they actually strike the first negative, because they literally do it to fill that order, and maybe 10% more, maybe.
Yeah, they always had a weird way, Paramount, of how they released the Star Trek movies when they came to disc, which is why I held off initially, because they originally started releasing them in reverse order on DVD, going backwards, and I was like, I'm going to wait until they come up with the director's cut of Wrath of Khan. Granted, it's only, 3 minutes, I think, of extra footage at most.
Yeah.
But I want, and same with number 6, because, which I didn't realize, the theatrical version, they don't, the assassin isn't shown to be Colonel West, it's just shown to be a Klingon, and that's an aspect that they initially cut out of the movie. But when they released them backwards, after they got to 2, then they released the first one as a special edition, and then they re-released them all in chronological order as special editions, as far as with great extras and the director's cut of 2 and 6. So when I saw them doing the movie on Blu-ray, they didn't add the director's cut initially.
Can you widen us a little bit?
Certainly, I can. Come on.
Oh, and maybe even make me big just for a moment.
Not a problem. Let me take care of this. Let me do this, and
there we go. So recently, I picked up the pre-order box set of They Live, which comes with this nifty poster.
Oh, very cool.
And also comes with a really cool box, but it has 4 discs.
wow.
One of which is the soundtrack over here. And if you're a fan of They Live, you know what all this means.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really happy to get this. I thought that these had all sold out, but you get a booklet and the poster and all that kind of stuff. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
With
Really
these
happy I
soundtracks,
was able to get that.
with Carpenter's soundtracks, I stumbled upon. I never realized he's been doing. It was pre-pandemic, but he was doing a lot of live performances of all his famous scores.
Who
and John Carpenter.
Really?
Yeah, and if you just look up John Carpenter performs, there are some that it's like an hour. Usually the full length is about an hour and 15 minutes, where he picks select scores from his movies, including obviously Halloween, They Live.
Yeah, it turns out with one of his films, trying to remember which one it was. He had a band that he was in college, and they made the soundtrack for
if it wasn't Halloween, was it Assault on Precinct 13? Or the one he did before that, which I can't remember offhand.
No, it was Uh, I
Is it called
just
the Bowling
watched it
Green?
tonight.
The Bowling Green
It
Orchestra?
was the uh, Big Trouble in Little China.
Okay.
He had put back together the band that he was in college in, and they used like a synthesizer to do the drums and the bass, and the rest of the band just played like guitar and keyboards or a synthesizer, and it was really good. It was really cool.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, he did a lot of synth in the. I guess starting in the '80s, he incorporated a lot of that. But even in movies that, if I'm not a big fan of, his scores are always top notch. They're
Yeah.
memorable.
The thing I like about the new Halloween movies, the like Halloween Kills and the one before that, is that he and his son are working on the soundtrack with another friend of his, and the soundtrack is just amazing, and it's kind of like what we were talking about before about Creed.
Mm-hmm.
That he let whoever came up with the idea direct the movie, and then he focused on the soundtrack, which was really cool.
But like I do have to agree with Robert Roser in the chat, who says Roddy Piper a way better actor than Hulk Hogan.
I never saw Hulk Hogan act, but I have to agree. Roddy Piper was a hell of an actor.
Yeah, you're better off by not seeing Hulk Hogan act outside of Rocky 3. Cap, you have any Carpenter movies that you're a fan of? Any Carpenter movies, Cap, that you like or that you're a fan of?
I'd accidentally hit the mute button on my. Here I was talking away. It's like, oh, okay. I guess what I have to say isn't that important. No big deal.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll be right back.
Of course, he mutes intentionally. I had this little mute button on my headset, but it actually hit the wrong place. So it's like, oh, great. Now I'm muted. I didn't know that. But another lifetime might be bigger than Spielberg. Probably. No, I can't think of any Carpenter movies. I mean, I know there was at least one I liked, and just for whatever reason, none are coming to mind.
I know usually the popular choice is Halloween, which I love, but I probably would have to go with The Thing as my favorite Carpenter movie.
Huh.
Would Escape from New York a close second? Close second.
Yeah. Maybe Bird ought to do Escape from New York.
It's becoming a documentary, unfortunately. Having paid the
Yeah.
fact that I work in New York, it's almost like this is becoming a documentary now. As I'm sure Bert can attest to, living in New York as well.
Well, trust me, there are several people that I know on YouTube that, well, are unfortunate enough to live in New York.
It's like walking in New York, walking to and from where, to the train stations. Like now you got to keep your head on a swivel because even in what is perceived or supposed to be nice areas of the city, you have to worry about something happening.
Well, at least New York does not have the reputation that well, San Francisco does. Don't have to worry about shit on the streets.
That's
Rats
true.
maybe, but and cosmic cosmic fusion says escape from New York. Uh, and President Germ says Carpenter is a bit overrated. Well, I think in some ways, everyone at some point, if they become big, does become a bit overrated.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, and this is going way back in the discussion. A lot of people, a lot of channels, their traditional greeting, I'll just say, is not what I care for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just me personally. And I'm not saying not to say it. I'm not, but I will say hail on Kuroga. But
Right.
that's a little slightly different uh, than that. Because for me, it means taking the knee to whomever, and there have been people I've seen. Don't get me wrong. I've seen some of the Doomcock chats and been in the whatever you call it. I can't think of it right now. What is this thing called? Discord.
Mm.
Discord meetups that he has, and there are people that seem to worship him beyond a normal, healthy liking. It's like I don't do that. I don't. There's nobody I worship. So, no writer, no whatever. So, yeah, somebody can be good. They can even be great. But, I'm not really one to go, hey, this is actually, they're perfect. No, nobody's perfect.
That's how I feel. I feel the same way, even beyond the hail this or how the greetings. Like I have my favorite actors, like people like Clint Eastwood, in the older ones, like Bogart, that those type of Kurt Russell. But I don't worship them. I mean, I can own just about every Clint Eastwood movie, but I don't know him personally, so I don't. People like they make deities out of these celebrities. Like I don't know them, and then when you hear people say, "Oh, so and so got into a scandal," I can't believe it. It's like, well, I can't make an argument one way or the other because I don't know the person personally, so I don't know how
Yeah.
they are behind the scenes. They could be the greatest guy, they could be a bad. So I don't get caught up in the whole day-to-day lives and the page six gossip nonsense of these people because I
No,
don't know them, and I
no.
don't want to say I don't care, but so and so's going out, so and so's getting married. It's like, okay, as a human, I wish them best of luck, but as far beyond that, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Sherry says New York sucks thanks to our mayor. Shouldn't that
Yes.
change, or is the new mayor sucky as the old one?
The new mayor will take office in January.
Oh, so
Adams.
it hadn't happened yet. Okay, so he's
Yeah,
been elected, but yeah, okay.
right. So hopefully it's going to turn the corner in a positive direction. Hopefully, come January.
Well, keep our fingers crossed for that. And
you guys been talking politics while I was away?
Very briefly. Very briefly.
very,
All right,
very, very brief.
I'll allow it.
Okay, and I'm not sure what brings that up, Elihu, but okay. Nobody's argued that.
I had one friend that to this day believes that it was fake, but he also doesn't believe dinosaurs existed. So it's like that's a conversation I avoid. I try to avoid.
Yeah. There's a really good movie called Operation Avalanche, where, like, at the last minute, these two NSA guys that are, like, hired right out of college have to fake the moon landing. And it's hysterically funny. It's really fun. Great movie. It's a low budget movie. Just these two guys. They wrote it. They act in it. If you have a conspiratorial bone in your body or a decent sense of humor, it's a lot of fun. Operation Avalanche.
Well, cool. I'll have to remember that one. Now, as far as Discord not being healthy, I agree, because with that one you have to choose.
You're kind of roboting out there, Captain.
Be back.
Discord
PCAT, take over.
You got it.
PCAT,
I think I agree with
did
where
he
the
sound like he was
going.
roboting out to you?
Yeah, he was cutting in and out a little bit.
Okay.
I think, with Discord, I think what Captain was saying, and I agree with where he was going, you can select who is in your Discord, and if you have a bad character or a bad influence or somebody that is just not saying, it's not Twitter. So if I create a Discord, I can invite who I want, and if I find out, say, John Smith, he's a little toxic, he's gone, booted, and I'll keep the rest of my community.
Yeah.
And you could set up different avenues within it. I'm new to it, so I'm on one person's Discord, and it's been fun.
Yeah, I joined Doomcock's Discord, and other than that, I really don't know a whole lot about it. I tried to okay, I'll take that back. There was one point where somebody was showing like a movie through Discord, and I think that was the difference between the way it started, where it was audio only,
right,
to where it was also video, right? So I still don't have a Discord for my channel, but what I'd really like to do is get an RSS feed, because there have been a lot of people that are consuming my content that have asked, is there a way where we can just listen to your shows like as if they were podcasts? And I don't have a problem with that,
Yeah.
I just don't know how to do it.
Oh, I've been looking at Eli, who's in the chat, Ghostbusters Afterlife. I haven't seen it, but how was it, Elihu? I've heard it's, from the people I know that have seen it, it's not. They say it's not great, but they say it's either from passable to acceptable, but it does pay homage to the franchise and what made the franchise good as far as legacy characters.
Which one?
The new Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Oh, Afterlife. Yeah, I didn't realize it was out.
Oh, nice, Elihu. Yeah, I'm looking.
I need to.
Gonna check it out. I don't know if I'm gonna
watch
go in
it.
the theater to see it, but I will. I mean, definitely when it comes to streaming, I'm more excited about streaming Rocky 4, the director's cut, which I'll
I think
probably
it's
do next week.
important to. I mean, just personally, I think it's important to support movies that you want to see in the theater.
True.
I think it's important.
It's a
to
time
spend,
for me. It's a
you know,
time. It's a time thing, though.
the only vote that we ever get is with our dollar. You know.
Yeah.
So, going out to see a movie in the theater, I've had all my shots. I had my booster. You know, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a
It's a
problem
time
going
thing
to
for
the
me
theater.
as far as like being able to balance the time.
Sure.
So Elihu, so it's saying it was a lot of love for Ramus. So that's what I was worried about. You know, would it be respectful to the character and the actor's legacy? And it seems like it was, or it is.
I have to say I'm really curious. To what degree Bill Murray is in the film, but I don't want to be told. I don't want to know. I'm just curious.
You know, he's been the reason why. I guess the reason why all these years there hasn't been a Ghostbusters 3 for such a long time. There
He and Harold Ramis literally got into a fist fight on.
Was it Groundhog Day?
No, on the set of Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, but he did direct him though in Groundhog Day.
He's been a total dick, Bill Murray, in basically saying, as long as Harold Ramis is in it, I'm not going to do it. Or the guy that played Egon, was that Harold Ramis?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And so he was just like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then he died. And then suddenly they were able to, get him into it, which is really petty. I mean,
though the story goes, and it was, I believe, confirmed by Ramis's daughter, they did make up before he passed.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's on, if you watch the Netflix series, The Movies That Made Us, during the Ghostbusters documentary. I don't know if it was there I saw it, or I saw it in another interview. But when Ramis was in poor health, Bill Murray visited him and stayed with him for a while, number of hours, and I guess they made up before he passed. Ramis.
That's great.
Yeah, but he's got a long reputation.
It's
being
too
difficult
bad they couldn't have done it, when he was healthy.
Yeah,
because the whole idea, for me, again, not having seen the movie, of Ghostbusters Afterlife is, Ghostbusters was started because Dan Aykroyd thought that there was some chance that he could be in touch with John Belushi.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no big secret that Dan Aykroyd has been into the paranormal and UFOs and everything for pretty much all of his life.
Yep. Hey, Cap.
Hey, I'm back.
He's back. So yeah, I mean, it would have been great if Bill Murray hadn't held a grudge for 20 years.
Yeah, it was a long time. We were talking, Cap, about Ghostbusters Afterlife, and as Elihu properly says in the chat, Ghostbusters 3.
Correct.
They had, we talk about the rift between Hal Ramis and Bill Murray, and how Bill Murray was the reason why
it can't be
took so long
Ghostbusters
for a
3
third one.
because Harold Ramis isn't in it.
That was what made me a little skeptical at first before Afterlife came out. I was like, well, how do you do it without Harold Ramis? But Elihu, non-spoiler in the chat, says they properly respected him, so that's good to hear.
That's cool. I mean, I've seen the trailer. Obviously, I've seen the teaser with the, you know, the Ghostbuster mobile, whatever it's called.
Ecto-1, yeah.
Yeah.
How the kid said, you know, it was the only one that had an engine. The station wagon, the urban assault vehicle, as it were. But I still can't get over Bill Murray being such a dick. You know, that he wouldn't do it while Harold Ramis was alive. So, you know, what's the plot got to do with Harold Ramis, or it's called Afterlife, so that, you know, they must be tapping into something. I just, you know, what's the name of the kid that wrote it?
Oh, Reitman's son. I forget his name offhand.
Yeah.
Ivan Reitman's son. I forget his first name. He directed it as well.
I think he co-wrote it and directed it. But I mean, instead of having to go way out of your way to, you know, write your way around this character that's no longer living, I mean, it would have been a lot easier to do while Harold Ramis was alive, to shoot his scenes, you know, from beyond the veil, if you will, when he was fucking alive.
Yeah, they had a lot of false starts they had with the with that series, but as you know, Cosmic Fusion's best film, it's you know, good. You know, so my again non-spoiler question would be for the chat: does the movie feel more like in tone with the original Ghostbusters, or is there too much of a Stranger Things vibe in it, or is it balanced?
I think there's definitely a Stranger Things vibe going on, and you can't fault the screenwriter for that, because obviously it's extremely popular. It's the thing to sort of glom onto.
Right.
The thing that I found interesting was that when people didn't know whether or not Bill Murray, you know, could be bothered to be in it or not, he was seen by some paparazzi to be in a restaurant near where they were shooting with the rest of the cast. And I guess that's where the rumor started that he was actually going to be in the movie. And obviously now that it's out, somebody knows how much screen time, you know, he has in the film, and what it's about. I can't imagine what it's about. I was a big fan of the first one. I was a pretty big fan of the second one. And I know that the second one really kind of let Bill Murray down. He wasn't really happy with the way it turned out. And so he's always been, I mean, for decades, he's always been really gun shy, you know, of a Ghostbusters 3. I just, you know, waiting this long. I mean, okay, you know, there's the Star Wars sequel trilogy and all that, yada, yada, yada. But waiting this long to make a meaningful third entry into that franchise, just, I can't imagine it's any good.
I think it. You know,
That's
from what
just
I've
me.
heard, I heard it's from decent to now. As Eli, who
I'm
says,
sure it's
if you like it,
respectful of
so
the source material. You know.
yeah, I've now it's jumped up a little bit, even after, especially reading what Elihu was writing. It's now I'm a little bit more in the anticipation mode of eventually checking it out. I will check it out, whether it's in the theater or streaming. It's again a matter of if I can fit it in.
I find it very important to watch these kinds of films in the theater. I might watch it after I see it in the theater on streaming, but I want to make sure it has a good, first week, or first weekend, or whatever I can do to help it. Like I said before, your dollar is your only vote that really matters.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of talk about, like with Doomcock, close your wallets. Don't go see a James Bond movie where he dies at the end and somebody, a woman of color takes his code name, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
My question.
And they hire Phoebe Waller-Bridge to fucking do everything to, make Indy 5, up to snuff for modern audiences, or what the fuck ever. Why is Phoebe Waller-Bridge suddenly the be all end all, of movies?
You've got me. I have no idea.
I've never seen Fleabag. I have no idea. I guess she's a good writer and she's a good actress, but she's on Kathleen Kennedy's speed dial.
And Robert Rose Jr. Ghostbusters, the TV series.
Oh, he's talking about the real Ghostbusters.
And he's talking about the real Ghostbusters, yes. The real Ghostbusters, yes, I would say. But, yeah.
Do you think they're canon?
I think they are.
Yeah, you can make.
I've never seen one.
I guess it's like the animated series of Star Trek. There are people that'll consider that, the fourth and fifth year of the 5-year mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cap, if you don't mind, I got a question for you.
I much prefer,
go for it.
I much prefer thinking of Star Trek Phase 2 or Star Trek Continues as seasons 4 and 5.
See, I would consider the animated series season 4, and then the two that Gil just mentioned as season 5. Because
Star Trek Phase 2 and Star Trek Continues, yeah.
Correct.
The James Cawley and the Vic Mignogna series. One thing that I think is remarkable about the Vic Mignogna series is that they were able to get so many of the original Star Trek actors back, and of course with Mark Scott Zicree's World Enough and Time, they were finally able to shoot. I think it took like a year. To write, shoot, and produce World Enough in Time, which was the Sulu episode that never got made.
Right.
And it won all kinds of awards before CBS brought the hammer down, on the fan film rules. But George Takei was awesome. They introduced a new actress who was his daughter, I don't remember her first name, but her last name is Moses, and she has since gone on to become a great actress, and she's in Mark Scott Zicree's Space Command, which fortunately shot enough footage where they were able to make really good stories with Mira Furlan before she passed, and some of the other Babylon 5 cast. And now there's this news that J. Michael Straczynski is going to be redoing, not rebooting, but redoing Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always thought it would be much more interesting to do a Babylon 4 series, because Babylon 4 was the space station that mysteriously disappeared.
Right.
And no one knew what happened to it. There was neither hide nor hair of that space station. And Babylon 5 eventually became what Babylon 4 was supposed to be. And they sort of mention it in Babylon 5, but almost in a offhanded way, But I think as a storyteller, as a screenwriter, I think there's a total gold mine there. You know what I mean?
Could be something
my
that he
question-
does address. Mm-hmm.
What would you do with Babylon 4? Because obviously,
Babylon 4 is a gold mine of what happened to it, why did it disappear, where did it go, what happened to the people that were aboard Babylon 4. The first season would just be, if I were writing it, and I'm not saying I'm going to, I'm not saying that I've got the rights to do it or anything, but if it were left up to me, as a screenwriter, I would have the first year be just regular old Babylon 5 type stuff. This is the last best chance for Earth and humanity to, integrate with the League of Non-Aligned Worlds and all these other, the Vorlons and etc., the Shadows, etc. And then the second season would open with, what the fuck happened to Babylon 4? Where did it go? There are ships that wanna dock. There are people that have agendas. The Minbari, all the different races. They have, this would have been, I guess, maybe 5 years after the Earth-Minbari War, give or take. I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly when the time frame was, but let's say it's 5 years after the Earth-Minbari War.
right.
Cardinal Sin, I just want to say real quick, it is actually when you get to B5, which I'm going to say I might have watched once or twice. In the opening crawl, in the opening intro,
Captain, would you take the brightest day comment
yeah.
down?
I'm trying to.
Thank you. NB Geek,
Hey, Andy.
welcome, my friend.
It was 10 years. It starts at 10 years after the Earth.
Can you get louder or speak up?
Am I
Try
quiet?
it. Hold on. Try to see if it's.
I've been trying to get a hold of you all week, man.
There we go. That's better.
Okay. Yeah, it starts out the very first season, um, 10 years after the Earth Minbari War.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, you are talking about a gem I love. This was a gem of a show.
Mm-hmm.
This is an absolute gem. I know people say the CGI didn't age well. You know what?
Oh, fuck those people, man.
What?
I live in Lawrence, Kansas, half an hour away from where they invented the video toaster. I went to all their Christmas parties. I met Mojo from Foundation Imaging. I mean, that was the coolest, special effects you could get at the time.
One of the great things about Babylon 5, Cardinal Sen, was unlike Star Trek, which I love, is usually in Star Trek, the Federation, the Klingons, the Romulans, the Cardassians, they're all on equal footing. Earth was not on equal footing with the Minbari. The Minbari annihilated them in that war.
And they surrendered at the end.
Yeah, there's the reason why. Because what is the rule Minbari have?
Tell me.
Minbari never harm Minbari. Minbari
and therefore
Minbari. And
therefore
I want to kind of
index things you have to watch.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Hang on. So what does that mean?
Well, okay. Spoiler alert.
It's only been off the air for 20 years.
Okay. Jeffrey Sinclair is actually, for all intents and purposes, by the time we get to the end of the show, he's the Messiah. He is Valen. He is the Minbari, not born of Minbari.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that it was handled so improperly because of the, going from one network to another.
Well, yeah, it was UPN, and it's now UPN is now defunct.
TNT.
Yeah, TNT and UPN and stuff. It was that was the problem. The syndication was the problem because depending on where you lived, you might not have that channel that had it because it wasn't dedicated.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, that was. I just happened to be fortunate to be able to be in a place where UPN was at that time.
By the way, if I may quickly interrupt.
Yes.
Please put information in the private chat so I can get a hold of you so that I can get you on my channel so that you and I can do a one-on-one because
do you want my
I
Twitter
would
handle?
really enjoy that.
Do you want my Twitter handle, Cardinal Sen?
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put that in the private chat. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Unfortunately,
because I've been wanting to have you on my channel for like 2 or 3 weeks now, and I just didn't know how to get a hold of you.
Well, this week would have not. I haven't been around much because I had a lot.
I haven't either. I'm a chronic pain patient. I've been laid up in bed for 3 days. But I think that you and I have a lot to talk about.
Well, I'm going to tell you guys this, and I'm not going to go into any more details. But the flat thing is, the simplest thing is the other day, I was terrified my wife was not coming back home. And when she actually showed up, finally, I was down on my knees. That's where it was. I'm not going to give any more details because it's personal.
Okay, I didn't hear the beginning of what you said.
A couple days ago, things kind of came to a head with my wife and I. We somehow, when we moved up here to Indiana, somewhere along the line, we stopped communicating, which was the foundation of our relationship when we started together 16 years ago. And somewhere along the line, we stopped. And I honestly, I was at my worst with her. If you ever saw what happened with me being pissed off with Rosetta that one time on her channel, I'm just gonna say this. I let a monster out because I was so angry. And the simple fact is, I didn't know if my wife was coming home.
Yeah,
And when
okay.
she did, I walked out, and I dropped to my fucking knees.
Well, I'm glad that everything worked out at least as much as it did.
Oh yeah, last night we for the first time really had a wonderful talk, wonderful communication, and it has been so long. I mean,
Mazel tov, brother. Mazel tov.
Good to hear.
Yeah, Babylon 5, like, past my personal stuff. Babylon 5 was really, they talk about diverse cast. This was a very diverse cast because of the cultures. You had the Narn, you had the Centauri, you had the Minbari, you had
know,
the
it's funny.
humans.
One of the things that I thought was the funniest, I think it was toward the beginning of the series, was there was a gray alien and a human, and he was like, his grandfather abducted my grandfather.
There was a great subtle episode once, and it was in season 1 because it was before you had Commander Jeffrey Sinclair, and then you had John Sheridan.
Mm-hmm.
In the very first season, they had this ceremony where everybody was talking about religions, whereas the Minbari, the Centauri, and the Narn had kind of a monolithic approach to religion. What I mean by that is they all kind of believe the same religion. Mm-hmm. And Jeffrey Sinclair at the end, they're all standing there, and
that's the whole thing where what's the name of
the Sikh, the Hindu, all lined up.
What's the name of the ambassador for the not the Narn, but the.
Are you thinking about Malari?
No, the Shadow Ambassador or the.
I don't think he was an ambassador.
No,
he was not the ambassador for the Shadow.
He had like that suit, the containment suit.
Oh, the Vorlon.
Vorlon. Yeah,
Kosh.
Yeah.
Ambassador
And he
Kosh
said,
Naranic. Kosh Naranic. I'm going to tell him.
You have a hole in your heart.
My camera here just a little bit. All that right up there. That's all Babylon 5 characters.
Right on.
And Kosh Naranic, and yes, it was the whole thing with, you had the Vorlon. They were very reserved, and there was that scene where Sheridan's like
the Vorlon ambassador said to not Sheridan but the other one, Sinclair, that you have a hole in your mind.
No, actually, that was not him. That was actually in the pilot, and that was an actual Minbari who said that to him. He said, yes, it was. Now, Kosh might have said it later, but he said, there is a hole in your mind.
Yeah.
And when Minbari trying to kill him, and he goes and sees Delenn.
He was?
And he goes and sees Delenn. He says,
that's the entire basis for the pilot.
Yeah, he said this to me, and he said there's a hole in your mind. And Delenn, to that woman's acting ability, was like a typical Minbari insult. Pay it no mind. But he's like, there is time I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, You're right, Robert. He did. Kosh's replacement. Kosh. That was Kosh's dead. We are all Kosh. The show, I got to give Straczynski all the credit in the world because I know he's an atheist.
Absolutely.
But man, he managed to, as an atheist, he still managed to drive home the importance of religions. And when you had that point with the humans, and it was the description, and he goes, this is so and so an atheist. This is so and so a religion. And the whole point was of that scene, in my opinion, was simply this: humans are diverse, and our religions are diverse.
Yeah.
Which I think the way the
And
other
then think about like how diverse it would be if you took it into space.
Exactly. Well, when you get to season 5, okay, Susan Ivanova, she's both Russian and a strong Jew.
Interesting character.
Oh, no, the scene, I remember people complaining about the scene where they saw it later. I think they saw it on YouTube and didn't see the show when she sees Earth ships with shadow technology on them. And it's like, who is this? My name is Susan. My name is Ivanova, commander, daughter of, the mother.
XY, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm the one who's going to kick your babe back to Earth. And she basically was like, God sent me. And she broke. That was the moment she broke. I mean, and people were like, oh, this is pathetic. I'm like,
also, wasn't there a thing about her, either her or her mother? I think maybe her mother.
Her mother was a telepath, a late telepath.
Was a telepath.
Her mother was a full-blown telepath.
And
She was the latent telepath.
all the shit that her mother went through.
That's why she hated the Psychor.
Yeah.
Because she said
her mother was actually like a P9er. She was on Best. Her mother was supposedly on Bester's level.
She was a very powerful telepath. Yeah.
Yeah, and the worst part is, she could tell, when Bester would show up, which Walter Cranen really did great with.
He was awesome. Yeah.
Yes, he was. And it was like, you're scanning me. How did you know I was scanning you? Oh, your mother. And, she starts to realize, she's like, I'm probably not. She goes, later in the series, she's like, she tells the captain, I'm a latent telepath. I'm probably not even a P1. But it didn't matter because her level, they would have stripped her of her rank and forced her to either go to prison,
take the drugs,
or join the Psi Corps.
Yep.
And her mother didn't want to join the Psi Corps, did want to go to prison, and her mother took injection. And I mean, I remember the scene where she's like, every week, a man came to give her an injection. Slowly. We watched my mother
it
fade
deteriorated her mind
until she committed suicide.
Yeah.
And that scene where she's using the Gold Channel, which is a priority channel, and Garibaldi is, catching this, and he's finding out, and then he actually sees what's going on, and she is talking to her dying father. And Susan Ivanova, you have to understand, her brother died during the Earth-Minbari War. She was not even in service at that time, and her mother committed suicide. And her father, in that moment, he's like, he says to her, I'm sorry. I just couldn't handle it after I lost your mother and your brother.
Right, I remember that.
And you see the emotions, and Garibaldi is like, comes back later. Yeah, she knew he knew, but the point was, he was like, yeah, I think it was a gremlin. I don't think it's going to happen again.
He wasn't telling anybody.
No,
he knew the whole time.
Garibaldi is also one of those great characters because
Mr. Garibaldi, my good friend.
Yes. Remember, he was an alcoholic. There was that scene where he was, and my family have been alcoholics. I've been to rehab for alcohol in my life. And I remember a scene where he's like, this is water or some kind of drink. Why is it not an alcohol? Because if I take that drink, I may not come back from it. And he said one time, he goes, after a Mars incident, when he was on Mars, He's like, I crawled into a bottle and I didn't come out for a long time.
Which is really interesting considering what Jerry Doyle went through.
And there was this, when Talia Winters, it turned out she was, how does that word work?
I was so happy when Patty Tallman got the role. She was so much a better actress than the first one.
But Talia Winters was I'm trying to think of the word.
She was a psycho
but she wasn't a willing spy. I cannot think of the term.
No, that's it exactly. Yeah.
And when it was found out, and she's gone after that.
The term you're looking for is sleeper agent.
Thank you. Yes. And there was that scene, because remember, there was an episode where it was, and I don't remember why, but it was you admit something you would normally admit to. And there was a scene because, remember, Susan Ivanova justifiably hated the Psi Corps, but her relationship with Talia Winters grew. Now, whether she was bisexual or whatever is irrelevant.
She was pretty fucking cold to her at the beginning.
Yes, she was. But then there was that moment, that one episode where she's like, when she goes, I think I love Talia. Now, whether that meant
outright
in a romantic way or a respectful way is irrelevant.
Right.
The fact that she actually could have emotional feelings that were positive from someone in an organization she hates.
Okay, let me break in real quick. I know that we can't continue on Captain Trek's stream, but I would be happy to continue this on my stream. So let me have you guys hang on just for a second. I'm gonna start a new stream. I'll come back and I'll give you guys the URL and all that, and then we can continue. Is that cool?
Absolutely. And yes, PCAT, go for it.
Thank you, Cap. Just wanted to say tonight at 5 Eastern, we'll be on a Mr. Brown's Alliance stream, and we're going to be talking our love of Ghostbusters, the original. It's got, you usually have like a 5-6 person panel, and we just have a lot of fun just talking about our favorite movies. Instead of focusing on what we hate, we try to focus on what we love. And tonight we're doing Ghostbusters.
Oh, and I just have one final thing to say. Don't listen to critics. I'm 5 episodes in. I had to stop yesterday because I was spending time with my wife. Cowboy Bebop is fucking great.
Yeah.
I doubt that the anime wasn't great.
No, the anime was fantastic. The live action, so far, so good.
The anime was average at best.
We're going to have to agree to disagree on that. But that's okay. We're geeks. We're allowed to.
Almost done.
And no problem.
Unfortunately, guys, it sucks. I was going to go see Ghostbusters Afterlife today. Yep. But my wife isn't feeling well, so we are pushing that to tomorrow. But our peers, many of our peers, not the critics and shit, I'm telling you, many of our peers are saying we are in for a treat.
I mean, there's a lot of them out there that will say, yes, it's good. It's not perfect. At this point, nobody expects it to be perfect. But the fact that it's good and that people can actually say it's good is a good sign. And I'm more than willing to spend the money to go see it.
Yeah, Cap, let me know when you're going to see it. I'd love to have either be on a stream with you or have you on my stream and talk about it after we see it together and get your perspective, because I know you want to see this movie.
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, or well, fortunately, I'm going to be
hang about.
I'm going to as soon as Cardinal Sin's going to enter the link.
Almost there.
Stay on target, Cardinal Sin.
Stay on target.
But yeah, I'm going to be going over to join Resolute Germ. He's going to be showing Saturday morning cartoons. You are welcome to go over there or to go over to Cardinal Sin's channel. We'll be continuing the discussion over there.
I think that would be really interesting. I've really always wanted to have a chat about Babylon 4 and how it could be used as a springboard to bring Babylon 5 back. But, explore and entertain new stories.
You put the link in, buddy. You send me the link on DM or private. Trust me, you let me know. I'm going to be there. Because
right here.
A couple episodes
there you go.
It's before that.
Everybody's invited. It's in the private chat.
Yeah,
and Captain, thank you for a wonderful morning show.
Absolutely.
This is one of the most brilliant and most entertaining morning brew shows I've ever had the privilege of being part of.
And I'm going to end this stream unusually today, but here we go.
Captain, thank you.
Remember, never let anybody tell you what you can and can't say, what you should or should not watch, because your silence gives consent.